Поиграем не сначала, сразу, как бы, признаюсь, я поиграл сначала в эту игру отдельно. Самостоятельно. И открыл сколько? Раз, два. Две истории открыл. И мы в конце третьей, по сути. Но хотя бы мечи все открыл, то есть можем все двери открывать. Ура! Ура! Битва разворачивалась не особенно успешно. О чем вообще думали повстанцы? Либо я читаю, либо я не понимаю, о чем я говорю. Особенно, когда в наушниках сижу. Непривычно.
Wasn't sure that it was right. So he didn't fire the Sky Ripper. He just brought it along, in case.
Так, особые двери, особые мечи. Так, погнали. Ускоряет мои движения. Честно, не вижу. Понял. О, как быстро тратится мана. Отстой. Тогда хил меч будем использовать. Так, что у меня есть? Крюки. Я себе мечфу сделал. Хорошо.
A present for me?
Ого, скорость атаки. А в прошлый раз здесь что-то другое было, насколько помню. Окей, но скорость атаки мне нравится больше. Так, и... Ага.
Someone had told him the odds didn't change just because you'd had a streak of good luck. His gut told him that was wrong, though. And he always listened to his gut. On the other hand, 128 chances to win. But one of them, he'd destroy the universe. That seemed a bit serious. Maybe he could defeat the Emperor without firing the Sky Ripper. Maybe he could bluff, but with a real weapon. Like in cards, when you had 3 knaves, but you pretended you had a fizbin. That could work.
Конечно, тут рассказчик прикольный, да. Вообще по приколу.
Always a rush.
Просто всех взорвал. Хорошо. Секунду. Чтобы кто-то похвалил или увидел. Не успел прочитать. Ну ладно, пофиг. Карты одни и те же, но ладно. В принципе. Меня это даже в принципе устраивает чуть-чуть. Я туда не смогу, да, пройти? Ну окей.
There were stickers all over the platform for really hot lady foxes, with pictures and addresses and everything.
Серьезно. Блин, сбил. Ну ладно. Да подождите, я не захилился.
Set up the Sky Ripper and let it warm up. He would bluff if he had to. Zenobia came out, flanked by a very daunting platoon of ravens. You won't actually use that, she said in that annoying, I know everything because I'm a cat and you know nothing because you're just a fox voice she had. Or I know the odds. Good, because there's a real chance you could destroy the universe. No, not the first time I use it. The odds are too low. What? No? Yeah, sure. The first time, the odds are practically nothing. They only go up if I use it a bunch more times. No, but that's not how odds work. Didn't you pay attention in class? Now surrender, or I'll use it. Just once, he said. Don't. He felt sure the odds were with him. You have to go with his gut. That's what heroes do.
Огонь, сказал.
Fire,
Давай.
he said. Please? The Sky Ripper fired. With a tremendous whoosh, the Emperor's flagship went up in flames. It was awesome. And then he noticed there was a hole in the air. A blackness, like a tear in a parchment. Wind was blowing into it, widening it. It grew larger, and even larger. Crates fell upwards into it, and the world itself seemed bent, like the reflection on a curved mirror, as it poured into the ravenous hole. Ah, 1 in 128.
Неужели?
What are the odds? Thought Renato. And then everything fell into the hole and was gone. And just like that, he was alive again. And back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar.
Так, что это за герой? Герой, который способен рискнуть пространством, временем, вселенной и всем остальным, есть ли шансы высоки.
It took you to the future when your destinies would branch. He had failed and died 3 times, but he'd learned another true thing. The core was powerful, but dangerous if used improperly.
Ядро небореза нестабильно. Так, еще надо как-то тогда через черную тьму пройти. Здесь мы что еще знаем? То, что Лапина предатель. И то, что... как ее? Зенобия, типа, любит его. Все еще. Окей, ушки. Вот это что такое интересно? Сейчас по самому страшному пути, может, пойдем? Ядро небореза нестабильно. Окей. Набил руку. Он чувствует это, нужно просто продолжать бежать по пути судеб.
With that, the book fluttered back to the beginning, and he fell into it. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does. thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens? The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis Stone. It sounded ominous. It sounded powerful. If the Emperor was searching for it, it must be dangerous. And so, Bernardo went ostrich hunting.
За страусами охота, окей. Что-то...
Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis Stone? Long hidden in the buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals?
Самая большая загвоздка — это куда бежать. О, здоровье. Дали. Чего? Серьезно? Потому что может быть тут тупик, а может быть правильный путь. А если пойдешь по правильному пути, там дверь закроется, зараза. Вот только уже как бы... Стоит ли вообще улучшать? Я вот так скажу. Я потому что вот с этим мечом бегаю. С хиллерским. Хиллер меч мне нужен. Так, а по самоцветам что у нас? Так, 40% сопротивляемость стихиям, 20% скорость атаки. Это хорошо. Убийство 4% дает. Что еще у нас есть? Остальные первого уровня. Мне интересно. Может замедление, кстати, брать. Тут боссов нету, это плохо. А что поджигает? Ну, такое себе. Сначала фиолетовый меч прокачаю.
The air here tasted bitter. The steps were too tall for a person. The entire place felt restless, like it had been vexed to nightmare under the dust, waiting for its hour to come around at last.
Все-таки ХП надо прокачать, и я тут в ловушке оказался, да? Блин. Чуть-чуть не получилось.
Cawing in frustration, he was still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late. Boom.
Не хватает. Не хватает. Здесь что у нас? Урон. Комбо. Вот эту штуку может прокачать, а может вот эту. Не знаю. Плюс 25 это немало. А тут еще плюс 25, так вообще хорошо. Скоро мне все равно понадобится усиление. Так, ладно. Блин.
His mother had never let him wave
Ну
his
чё?
sword around. He guessed he was still compensating for that.
Ну хотя бы захилился, ладно.
He needed some way to break the ice with this wall, so to speak.
Наоборот, не растопить, а холодным мечом ударить. Чё все пустые-то? Опа. Так, найди камень. Это как будто для Лапина записка.
What else could you hook?
Нужна сотка. Блин, не туда. Ладно.
No one can beat Renato at hot potato.
Браво. Блин. Новый God of War, лол. Ну нет, шучу, конечно, но... Что-то в этом и есть. Ха! Серьезно? А,
A magical jewel. Bernardo couldn't wait to find a workbench.
я думал, чисто хп будет. Так, Magical Dew. Физическому урону 20%. И это первый уровень камня. Я вам скажу, это ого-гошка. Охотник за сокровищами. Тоже интересный камень. Так, ну чё, хватает там мне? Не хватает. Ну и ладно тогда. Я только чисто этим бегаю.
Bernardo was running out of ideas.
Так.
Zenobia loved him to death. The Sky Ripper destroyed everything. And Lapino was a filthy traitor. Using a stone named for an evil god seemed unwise. But what else was there? Nice. That could be useful.
Так, стенное мечфу сделаем, а потом будем качать хпшки. 4 левела. Мне нужны хп. Так, понятно. Может, тут еще какой-нибудь камень есть?
He hadn't noticed that path before.
А я думал, заблокирую сейчас все. А нет, не заблокировал, нифига. Ух ты, какой классный.
Sparkly, thought Bernardo.
Ого. Самый крутой амулет, прикольная фигня. Статуя классная.
This between us, if you don't mind.
А кто меня закоцал?
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
Хелсы, ура, чуть-чуть хелсов есть. Я теперь даже хелсом рад. О, прикольно. Красиво.
There was an engraving. Maximum capacity,
130 человек.
130 people.
это уже камень, все. Вы побольше трона ему поставили. Ну ладно, окей.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and Renato wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. Not the core, said the stone anxiously.
Ну чё, пойдем как по самому хреновому пути, может? Так, она меня убивала, значит, и я забрал.
Ah, but the rock had a point. If the stone could truly turn him into a powerful warrior, he could defeat the Emperor with the very weapon the wicked old toad had sought for himself. To be a hero, you had to sacrifice old friends sometimes, especially when they've become enemies.
Типа она же меня как минимум один раз завалила, ну, завалим ее разок.
As he placed the impossibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Renato had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun. Was it the time of the lost gods before the transcendent emperor? Was it the future? Feed his souls, it whispered. Take the power. He could feel the stone's hunger for souls, its thirst for blood. All right, I get it. This was going to be interesting.
Да, я тоже думаю, что это будет интересно. Я там был или нет, я не знаю. Будем с фиолетовым мечом бегать, типа как совсем мощный злодей.
Renato checked for a false compartment. Nope.
Да нет, нормальный. Тайник, чё вы? Блин, ну ладно. Я тут точно был. Я помню эту дорогу. Она немножко изменилась, ну ладно.
He felt like Tarzan.
Ничего нет там.
on Zenobia's island were no match for Renardo. They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power, the stone told him. If they didn't want their things broken, they really ought to make them stronger.
Мгм. Так. Что там по самоцветам? Пять процентов. Ну, блин. Мало. Это реально мало. Третий уровень.
Now he could slice the wings off a fly in the air. Not that he would.
Отлично.
It's
Второй
sort of
уровень.
mean, really.
Потом, наверное, огненный. Потом ледяной. Да, ледяной мощнее должен быть. Елки-палки.
There was a pleasant breeze coming through that door. Had it been closed before?
Я тут был. Но несмотря на то, что был или не был, все равно нашел хорошую вещь. Это хорошо. То есть все равно стоит заходить в эти двери.
Renato checked to make sure his sword was still working. Yep.
Ох, рассказчик.
Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
Зенобия получится не хуже, чем с ядром. С ядром получилось хреново. Хреноватенько. О, просто дверь стоит. А, я туда не ходил. Там развалины мешали.
This one looked familiar. Had he lost this one in a card game? Welcome back, he thought.
Отлично. Сопротивляемость, ура.
Two eyes good. One eye dead.
Че говоришь, два глаза хорошо, один покойный. А если один, то покойник? Ладно, ок. Ну, дратуй, Зенобия.
Zenobia was waiting for Renato. She was alone, confident as always. Fire danced at the tips of her claws. Are you here to surrender? She seemed as cocksure as he felt. But she didn't know he had the stone. And I've missed you too, love. He chuckled. She spotted the stone and bolted without another word.
О, seriously? И это все? Охотник за сокровищами. Круто. Так, дорогая Зенобия. Ты читаешь это письмо, будучи заперта в своих покоях в ожидании последней ночи перед... Ты знаешь, перед чем. Я не буду извиняться, знаю, простить меня тебе не позволит гордость. Также я знаю, что ты не удержишься и прочтешь письмо до конца. Ты кошка. Пусть я и старался дать тебе образование, достойное благородной жабы. Клянусь, и ты должна мне поверить, что когда я тебя удочерил, ничего такого в мои планы не входило. Ты всегда была моим любимым котенком. Потому я и пишу тебе это письмо заранее, за несколько недель до событий. Знаю, мне могло бы не достать твердости сделать это в ночь жертвоприношения. О, коль скоро я вижу в тебе свою дочь, я мог бы передумать, ты можешь считать меня эгоистом, и да, я эгоист, печальная маленькая жаба, которая боится смерти. Так, но все, что я делаю, в конечном счете послужит великому благу, мне нужна власть, полная власть, и поэтому мои подданные должны быть довольны. Мир навеки. Ты должна... ты могла бы это оценить, даже если сейчас ты меня ненавидишь, ты должна... Только так я могу простить себя за то, что я с тобой собираюсь сделать. Я буду скучать по тебе вечно, постарайся завтра не устраивать сцен, все будут смотреть. Все так же с любовью, отец. Ого, нормально, он, короче, жертвоприношение бахает, и ее бахнет в жертвоприношение. Да, хорош, папаша. Ну, я тоже отыгрываю злодея, так что чисто у нее нету никаких шансов. К сожалению. Да.
He really wasn't making a dent in those shields.
Что-то он ворона и лисица получено достижение. Вообще не представляю, как тут достижение получает. Ага, я тут раньше останавливался, а теперь можно дальше бежать. Прикольно.
Finally, Renato caught up to her. He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eyes were wide, frightened. He didn't like seeing her this way. Kill her, whispered the stone. You cannot win your rebellion without it. Please. No, said Zenobia. Not that way. Oh, they had been so close once. Could he really feed her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be?
Давайте полного злодея будем отыгрывать.
With a flick of his wrist, he slashed Zenobia's throat. Her eyes widened even more. And then the light went out of them. Renato felt amazing. Power was rushing into him like water from a burst dam. Oh, such brilliance, exulted the Iblis stone. Tasty. He felt a bit bad about killing her. He was pretty sure she still loved him. But needs must when the devil drives. Renato returned to the Farfarer and set a course for the Nexus. The Empire had a communication outpost there. He could call the Emperor directly. It was time to seize the outpost and let the Emperor know what he had done. The Nexus was beautiful. He never realized how beautiful. Everything glowed. The wind was so sweet. The sun so soft. The stones so warm. The black raven feathers. Black feathers. Suddenly, his eyes are filled with them. He's falling through smoke under a dead sun. A voice calls him home. Is this a vision? Whose? Is this the time of the lost gods? Or the future? No matter. What mattered now was killing his way to the Imperial outpost and challenging the Emperor from there.
Такое простое задание вообще.
Bernardo
Завалимся.
wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really long tentacles.
Так, ну погнали, ускоряемся. Это он что ли смеется? Такой, ха-ха. Кстати, у меня хпшка восстанавливается.
Have you ever felt you were just going round in circles? Bernardo felt like that.
Вообще я туда точно ходил. Вот точно.
Bernardo was remembering all his old tricks, and some new ones. Now, he really ought to ask for a raise.
Все равно сюда пойду. Я этой дорогой почти не ходил никогда.
Up ahead was Lapino. What was he doing here?
О,
Bernardo! Hey, buddy! Hey there, old buddy! Please don't kill me! Why would I kill you? Asked Bernardo, although he had been thinking about it. Well, you've become... no, I mean, no disrespect at all here. Kind of evil? Maybe you should, I don't know, go to the mountains to have a think? See if maybe you're sure the stone is not all that healthy a thing to keep? I suppose you wanted, Bernardo said, and poked Lapino in the chest for emphasis. Oh, had he just killed Lapino? Oh, damn it.
seriously? Окей.
A very clever engineer named Elon Muskrat had got his start making floating platforms. Not many people knew that.
Блин, мемная какая-то игра. Так, ну чё там? Так, сопротивляемость к физическому урону 30. Всего на 10, но все равно круто. Заклинанию. Чё там? Говорится, либо шанс для выпада, шансы на редкую добычу на 1%. Окей. 15% нанести двойной урон. Ну, давайте. Будем надеяться, что... Что за редкая добыча? Какая? Ай, ладно, попробуем. Так. Так, 15, 33, 33, 50. А у меня очень много субстанций. лишних я скажу. Так, окей, хорошо.
He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things.
Как бы мне туда добраться? Ну да ладно. Прям порубал.
Renato rampaged through the Imperial outpost like a water buffalo rampaging. At the last moment, he remembered not to kill the Farspeaker Toad. After all, he wanted a word with the Emperor. But there was only silence. The Emperor was scared, like little girl. Well, he would gather the rebel army and slaughter the Imperial fleet. Yes, applauded the Iblistone. Tremendous. Then the Emperor would have to answer his Farspeaker, wouldn't he? Who are you? Asked a distant voice that sounded uncomfortably like Zenobia. What have you become? The mountains. Go to the mountains, urged another that sounded a bit like Lapino. Renato called the rebel council to let them know to gather their forces. Then he killed the Farspeaker Toad. Why? Oh, because to make sure his sword was sharp. Oh no, that's awful. So no one else could use it. Yes, that's it. Then he set off for the ruins and the secret rebel base. The ruins were crawling with ravens. Probably looking for the secret base, Renato thought. But then he realized they're probably looking for me. They must be very scared of me. Well, here I am. You are the finest warrior ever, whispered the Iblistone. And he had to agree with it, for once. Who was as good as Renato? Renato had been the terror of the sandcastles when he was 2.
Ну, блин, туда идти или не туда? Сюда. Так, ясно, хорошо. Что-то воинов было мало, но мне очень попало.
Not Zenobia, Hypatia, the kid's mother. Renato had never thought he'd date a librarian. He'd always figured himself for the barmaid type. But then, he'd never figured the library of Ubar would have comic books, or that Hypatia would know anything about them. He missed her.
ХП, пожалуйста. Нет ХП.
Renato was so happy. The stone was the best friend he'd ever had. Really? Who would bury such a treasure in the desert? Soon, he'd go rally the rebellion and usher a new age for the islands of Erda.
Так, киюшки.
He'd once met a pirate captain who used hooks to get around his ship. Oh, What was his name again?
Ничего нету, жаль. Ну давай, сокровища редкие. Появитесь. Так, наличие. Вот совсем будет просто тогда. Можно пересобрать его? Так, я
Every day
хотел
he was getting better and better.
ППшки увеличить. ППшек мало.
Urged the stone. Let me make you emperor. Come to think of it, Renato thought as he put down another raven, why shouldn't I be emperor? How did anybody get to be emperor anyway? By making war. I mean, not counting the transcendent emperor, obviously, who had banished the lost gods in the start of time. Yes, he should be emperor. He would make a great emperor. Right, Stone?
Ха. Что камень с рассказчиком беседует? Какого хрена?
A chest that shiny deserved to be opened.
Я вот не знаю, стоит мне сюда идти. Не хочу. Я тут по-любому был. А вообще я уже не знаю, где я был и где я не был. Но пойду сначала вот сюда. Наверное, сюда надо идти.
Feel so close to you.
Так. Мучаю, страшаю, унижаю народ. Дома Иркутской возомнивших дворян поднял мятеж. Движет ли ими зависть, и они алчат моего могущества, или они просто преступники, желающие его у нас украсть? Такое преступление заслуживает лишь одной кары смерти. Сделай пример. Из лидеров казни каждого, кто посмеет за ними последовать. Или же это страх, что они падут жертвой, и это война за выживание. Разъясни им, что такое настоящий страх, покарай их быстро и покарай их строго, заставь их страдать. Предай огню все, чем они дорожат, или же это гордыня, что значит, что значение этих жертвоприношений лежит за пределами их разумения и не желают участвовать в моих решениях. Такое высокомерие недопустимо. Боюсь, тех, кто сдастся в соляную шахту. Брось тех, кто сдастся в соляную шахту, пусть их легкие наполнятся едкой пылью, пусть они придут друг к другу за горстку объедков, пусть их дети увидят, как они впадают в дикость, покончи с мятежом, без сожалений, мучай, устрашай, унижай. Мой военный манифест императора Изенгрима III. Вау. Какой плохой.
You had all the ingredients for a pretty nifty sword.
Ну да. Или вот этот накопить. 59, 15. Ладно, возьму этот. Меч на максимальном уровне. Угу. Остался только вот этот. И все. Нифига, минус 50 хп. Опять закоцали. Вот не помню эту локацию. Я все через двери какие-то ходил, а по прямой не ходил ни разу. Тут вон начало.
Sleep tight, thought Renato.
Нет, это... Вот здесь-то я уже был.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good.
Так, можно мне меч? Ух, расфигачил как. Почему я туда-то не могу пройти? Или могу? Я вот туда уже ходил. Хочу еще сюда сходить. Так, где он? Вот он. Я уже туда сразу сходил.
The new pathway made Renato curious.
Вот, крушитель щитов. Я через крушение щитов не играю. База повстанцев, да? Окей.
Renato strode into the council. Let's do this thing. Let's make me emperor. They looked confused and nervous. Ah, had he mentioned the emperor thing? He meant to bring that up later. I mean, let's go win this rebellion. He waved his sword around encouragingly. They ran. Cowards. He'd stop them. He cut down a few to inspire the others. But soon, there was no one to cut down. Well then, he'd have to attack the fleet alone.
Lol.
More for me, he said. Unless it was the stone that said it. Traitors. Traitors, all of them. They'd run rather than following him, rather than cheering him. What should he do to the cowards? Anything he wanted to.
After all, he was a true hero, the best warrior there ever was. No one could stop him now. But first, finish him. The Emperor, that is.
Прикольно.
Where was the rebel fleet? They weren't even trying an assault. They were going to miss a day in history. The downfall of this dynasty, and a new one to take its place. He didn't have to kill all the ravens. He could enslave them, and enslave the toads too. All the animals would worship him as a god, for he had once been a god. They would willingly give him their blood and their souls. And the world would change, would become familiar again.
Так, там я тоже был, по-любому. Ничего нету. Ну ладно.
Whee!
Да как ты посмел меня ударить? Ну, у меня реально отхил есть. Этот меч дает мне отхил или что?
Sometimes, Renata really hated inanimate objects.
Ненависть. К объектам неодушевленным, ага. Ну-ка, не помню я вот этот путь. Ух ты. Карты, конечно, одни и те же, но все всегда что-то по-новому. Что-то открывается, что-то закрывается из путей. Ничего нету. Лол, куда меня? Так, может, хватит уже меня атаковать? Серьезно надоели.
Fresh socks, thought Renata. Please be fresh socks.
Чистые носки. Критический шанс 3 уровень. Ого. Критический шанс, сказал. Критический удар. Естественно. Так, ну что тут? Мари, защищай, добивайся. Так. Так. Могут тут нашу Великую Империю или железной рукой можно вступить. Угу. Борис, защищай. Добивайся. Так. Что там стреляло? Вот это вот? Да, ну я и выдал, конечно. О,
Not
еще что-то.
everyone knew how to use magical gems. Of course, not everyone had magical gem gauntlets like he did.
Физическая сопротивляемость, круто. Так, как насчет отобрать щиты? Он до меня долетел.
This thing really needed a roof.
Say hi to gravity for me. Renato was glowing with dark power. Already the sun had dimmed. He could do anything, he realized. He could wrap the island safely in smoke again. He was beyond a hero. He was going to become a god again. How odd, he thought, that the Iblis Stone had nothing to say about any of this. Well, no matter. Once he killed this petty Toad Emperor, he would bring
да, это
back
чёрное
the
солнце.
Black Sun.
Окей. Битва? Я разочарован. Ну, наконец-то.
Whoa, personal space.
Так, ну, вроде уже скоро. Это последний, наверное. Или предпоследний. Так, тут дополнительной платформы нету. Мгм.
Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Funny that this whole war had come about because the Emperor feared death. And now it was coming for him. There was some sort of lesson there, wasn't there?
Ничего сюда нельзя. Окей.
He found the Emperor and the Council huddling by his ship, plotting. They saw him and cowered before him.
Back to hell, fiend.
Croaked the Emperor desperately.
In the name of the Transcendent Emperor!
Croaked the speaker. They held some arcane items he didn't recognize. He simply flexed his will and sucked their souls out of their bodies. And Iblis exulted. It is finished. And the void that had been a mere stone on a sword expanded. It stretched and ripped like a vast womb. And a gaze, black and pitiless as the sun, passed through the void into the land. And so time ended. Oh, damn it. He lost again, and died. But there was burning Ubar behind him. He still had all his destinies ahead of him. But he'd learned another true thing. The Iblis Stone
Это
was
зло.
evil. It would try to corrupt anyone who used it.
Дерзнул стать божеством. Награда повышение уровня всего лишь. Окей. Новая истина раскрыта. Камень Иблиса портит каждого, кто его использует. Награда еще плюс 2 уровня. Ого. И... Истин открыто. Не все надо открыть, чтобы последнюю типа, историю узнать. Хм. Ну ладно. Что там? Найти самоцвет, убить Зенобию, найти Зенобию, убить Зенобию, встретиться с советом, окей.
He knew enough now, he thought. All these truths tumbling around each other in his head. There must be a way to puzzle the pieces together. If he used everything he knew, he could discover a new path to destiny. The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before? And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Что за ключик? Это подсказка такая? Серьезно?
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause. And maybe Renato could use that somehow.
Реально еще какая-то концовка появилась. Ну окей, давай
Renato
пройдем.
couldn't quite put his paw on when he'd realized Lapino was working for the Empire. He'd never exactly seen Lapino sending coded messages to the palace, but he was sure. The rabbit had been on too many disastrous missions where he was the only survivor, or where he accidentally missed getting on the boat that went down to the abyss in flames. If Renato could prevent Lapino from getting back to the fleet with all the intelligence he'd probably gathered, it might be worth the trip.
Ага. Тупо скрытая
How had they come to
концовка.
this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
У меня сейчас столько уровней должно было добавиться. Вообще жесть просто.
Ooh, wouldn't this gauntlet look swell with that jewel in it?
Так, смотрим самоцветы. Так, третий. Охотник со сокровищами. Скорость атаки 20, физический урон 40. Но урон надо сохранить. Скорость атаки тоже можно сохранить. Критический шанс неплох. Под вашими ударами щитоносцы, наверное, будут умирать. Так, 5% это очень мало, хотя бы 10 бы. Так. Ну, пока буду с охотником за сокровищами ходить. А по мечам мне целую... Так. 3-й уровень не открылся. Надо 73-й. Окей. Эту миссию, наверное, целиком можно проходить спокойно. Лол, что?
He'd
68
always felt
только.
that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Ooh, was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice?
Нормально посражался.
Of all the artisans he was creating employment for. Truly, he was a job creator.
Truly is a job creator. Неубиваемая бочка, окей.
Oops. Thought Renato.
Отлично, охотник за сокровищами 2-го уровня. Так, а тут можно прыгнуть куда-нибудь? Нет.
This chest contained blank passports from 15 countries. And something useful.
Ничего себе, чистые паспорта 50 стран. Я бы не отказался. 4 левела, ничего себе.
Swell. He'd always wanted to do that.
Гани салага. Свел. Вот это вот все вкачаю сначала, потом все остальное. Потом можно урон вкачать. О, еще одно очко осталось. Ого, энергии сколько. Хотя еще прыжки нужны, во.
Firewalls only let you through if they think you're hot enough.
Там я вроде был. Точно знаю, что там я был. Вот здесь я тоже был. Мгм.
Ravens were landing everywhere from dropships. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, the rabbit would give the Empire all the intelligence he'd been stealing from the rebellion, and they'd probably give him a medal. He'd have to be very careful about how he played Lapino. At the slightest hint of danger, the mad rabbit would take off like a rabbit.
Опять битва? Место для битвы прям
There
идеально.
was still no sign of Lapino. Not a hair, not a pellet. Was he hiding in the cemetery further down the road? That didn't seem like him.
О, что нашел? Но мне сотка-то нужна по-любому. А алтарь мне пока не нужен. Блин, да что такое-то? Странно, очень-очень странно.
Lapino would betray him. The core was dangerous. Renata had a fleeting idea that the two ideas went together somehow. And then it was gone again. Ah, damn ideas. They never stuck around when you needed them. It was time for a little exploration.
Ну, Две самоцветы теперь у меня есть. Так, дорогая Зиновья, как тебе нравится в Академии? Несомненно, вокруг тебя уже вьются новые друзья, и здесь у нас все по-прежнему, у меня достаточно времени для моего особого хобби. Мы с профессором Калаверасом и его командой экспертов совместно работаем над изучением природы островов. Нутром чую, эти острова живые, на мой взгляд, они наделены собственной волей. Дочь, слышишь ли ты меня? Возможно, наш мир это нечто большее, чем совокупность плавучих камней и воды. Профессор Калаверас со своими ребятами провел измерения. Острова дрейфуют. На фоне бескрайнего неба заметить это нелегко, но тщательное измерение ветров и в течение долгого периода времени с точностью показало, что острова движутся в западном направлении. Но куда? До цели могут отделять нас века или тысячелетия. У меня появилась странная идея. А что если острова нечто наподобие стада, которое ведет методичные поиски другого стада островов? Ты можешь вообразить себе новые острова со своими обитателями. Мысль о том, что мы, возможно, не одиноки. Если бы только мне посчастливилось дожить до того, чтобы увидеть это своими глазами. С любовью, отец. Офигеть, у меня еще целая куча надо очков. Проще пройти игру несколько раз, заработать очки. Нормально, я его к себе подтащил. Да.
Hey, where all the ravens go? The live ones, I mean.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger. Oh, I am. The ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky River was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it.
Ага, то есть подсказки даются, типа, если ты проходишь игру, более-менее там какие-то знания даются, и тебе подсказка потом дается. Окей, давай так.
Me? A traitor? I'm hurt, said Lapino. Why ever would you say that? We found your code book, said Renato. They hadn't, but he hoped Lapino would blow his cover. You got me, said Lapino. And you know what? I don't regret a thing. It's always about you, isn't it? You're the pretty hero. You get the girl, you get the medal, and what do I get? Rabbit food. I thought you liked rabbit food. Go to hell, said Lapino. And he made a gesture. And 20 ravens came out of nowhere and stabbed Renato to death. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Серьезно?
How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs. I need more materials, thought Renato.
Охренел.
But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lupino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy
Блин.
camper. Ooh, was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice?
Опять мышка пропала. Ну что такое? Сейчас мы перезагрузим по-быстрому. Ну, ни в какие ворота не лезет. Алло, почему мышка-то пропадает? Зараза.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew, oh, I am. The ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky River was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with
Вопрос.
it.
Верхняя часть мне засчиталась или нет?
Me? A traitor? I'm hurt, said Lupino.
Проверим.
Why ever would you say that? We found your code book, said Renato. They hadn't, but he hoped Lupino would blow his cover. You got me, said Lupino. And you know what? I don't regret a thing. It's always about you, isn't it? You're the pretty hero. You get the girl, you get the medal, and what do I get? Rabbit food. I thought you liked rabbit food. Go to hell, said Lupino. And he made a gesture. And 20 ravens came out of nowhere and stabbed
Честно
Renato
говоря,
to death.
20...
He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
20 воронов я бы смог завалить. Дали бы управление. Ну окей, хорошо.
How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lupino
Можно
had
ли
talked
забыть
Renato out
старую
of prison at
дружбу?
least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lupino from at least 2 lynch mobs. Not quite enough, thought Renato.
Так, можно уйти? Пожалуйста.
But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lupino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Oh, was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice?
yours, said Renato. But he couldn't hear his enemy's answer.
Ладно, напрямую побежим к Лапину. Побегем. Побегушки. Лапина. Не тот меч, а вот это тот. Надо, кстати, огненным, но типа поджигает все
Had that door been
вокруг.
opened before?
Давайте с огненным погоняем. Давай, давай, давай. Уже ничего не дается, блин. Тридцать 4 руды осталось. Двадцать 8. А 6 огненных ячеек для чего? Отлично.
Come on. One fox, no waiting.
О, какая красота.
Ravens were landing everywhere from dropships. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, the rabbit would give the Empire all the intelligence he'd been stealing from the rebellion, and they'd probably give him a medal. He'd have to be very careful about how he played Lapino. At the slightest hint of danger, the mad rabbit would take off like a rabbit. Lapino would betray him. The core was dangerous. Renato had a fleeting idea that the two ideas went together somehow. And then it was gone again. Ah, damn ideas. They never stuck around when you needed them.
A chest full of old banana peels. There had to be more.
Да
There
уж.
was.
Это мы уже видели. Сундук полный банановых кожурок.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck.
Ну
Now
теперь
that he
мы
knew
уже
what the
точно
rabbit
знаем.
was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger. Oh, I am. The ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky Ripper was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it. Bernardo felt like a real hero, brave and smart. He told the rabbit all about the Sky Ripper's God's Eye core. I'll go get the core while you attack Zenobia, he told the rabbit. But wait, I've an even better idea. I'll get the core and you attack Zenobia, said the rabbit. Right, yeah, that is better, agreed Renardo. Perfect. The traitor would make sure the Emperor got the core. Now Renardo just needed the Emperor to use the core. If he could only get something that the Emperor wanted very badly. Zenobia. He could save her and bait the Emperor at the same time. Right. Now, all Renaro had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her.
Then he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up.
It did sound a little risky. But Renardo had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did.
Там не точно было, хотя там вроде как не прохождение, а сундук чисто спрятан, сколько помню. Или ошибаюсь?
Bring out your eyes.
Что-то реально сжег моментально.
There was a cat in this one. And something useful.
Какая кошка? Вон Зенобия тоже кошка. Если такая кошка сидела в сундуке, то даже не знаю. Так-то надо еще увеличить урон.
How could you convince a firewall you're its friend?
Ну, наконец-то попал по огненному мечу. Невероятное сокровище. ППшки. здесь вот всегда есть эти осколки, это зашибись.
What could he craft with the materials he had? Renato had a pretty good
Точно,
idea,
можно.
actually.
Я уже могу последний меч улучшить. Ханзо это понравилось бы, да? Теперь ледяным хочется помахать. Так. Тут все 3-й уровень. Так, так, так. Может этот? Или все-таки крит бахнет? Ну все, боевой режим включен, как бы. Зенобия вот там стоит. Или нет, даже ближе.
Ice walls only let you through if they knew you were cool.
Да. Странно, зачем мне теперь руда? И почему у меня все еще 15 холодных ячеек?
These things could really use a hand.
Минус 50 хп. Да. Лапина.
Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core.
Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius.
Даже не знаю, что выбрать-то. Ну давай.
This is terrible, Renato told the rabbit. If only I had gone for the Iblis Stone. But now it's lost in enemy territory. He handed Lapino a map. It gives the bearer so much power. We can only hope the Emperor never finds it. What was that? Said Lapino. I think someone's following us. I didn't hear anything. Rabbit ears. You go on ahead. I'll check it out. And with that, Lapino hopped off with the map.
Окей, кроличьи уши.
Or I could go that way, he thought.
Нифига себе. Моментальное убийство. А я еще думал, фиолетовый клинок, фиолетовый. Да нафиг он нужен, фиолетовый клинок? Что огненный, что ледяной, вообще просто в хлам выносит. Дорогая Зенобия, ты читаешь это письмо, будучи в ожидании в покоях. Ага, понятно. Это мы уже читали. Быстренько просмотрел по диагонали и все.
Impatient.
Эх, нельзя. Так. Блин, хпшек нету. Ну ладно.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. She was curled up on her bed. He'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She was made of smoke, and he noticed he had a very solid blade to his throat. Did you really think you could capture me? Heard a familiar voice. I just wanted to chat, said Renato. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He needs a sacrifice. Someone who truly loves him, to make a bargain with the lost gods. That's a vicious lie. He wants to bring them back.
Хочет вернуть их.
That's
Это
crazy.
безумие, зачем?
Why would
Кому-то.
anyone? They could make him immortal. An eater of souls. And with that, her eyes widened. She understood. Renato told her how he had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred. How he had slept in a burnt village. At midnight, the Emperor's victims had come to him in his dreams to tell him of the hideous eldritch rituals they'd been sacrificing.
Сожженная деревня.
You can still see those kittens and puppies. Their wide, sad eyes, their moist noses. You can't prove that.
Yeah,
I've got a witness at the observatory.
Обсерватории. Это сейчас какая-то концовка была, которую я не открыл и не увидел, про которую рассказывали? Или он просто
He
типа
couldn't
наврал?
tell, not yet, why he was really here. He didn't want her to be anywhere near the fleet when her father blew himself and Lupino up. So he told her about how the Emperor's obscene rituals had raised ancient artifacts out of the land. How he'd followed the appalling trail of the hideous horrors His Majesty had perpetrated for the sake of his own immortality. Any of this ring a bell? He said. He told me it was all lies. You've always known when I was lying. I always hated that about you, said Renato.
Так он
The
сейчас
rebellion had
врет или
started
нет?
after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
А, фак, а если я назад
This was
хотел?
definitely better than pulling yourself up in a bucket.
Ладно. Опа-на. Так, пойдем по лестницам. я тут вроде бывал. Ну и там я тоже бывал.
Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic? Why? Would you join in? No. I'd destroy his books and I'd... Oh, God. Okay, you're not completely wrong. They've resurrected one of his victims. Well, look, I mean, look, it's not exactly alive, but it can talk. A true witness, she said.
О, не зря сюда пошел.
Why would anyone put his slinky collection in a strongbox, thought Renato. Any magic slinkies? Oh, and there was something else.
Зачем я еще собираю их? Типа третий уровень клинка может быть или что?
Energy steals. Easy to dodge, but boy, do they sting if you didn't pay attention.
А, понял. Понял, принял. Фигней страдал, признаю. Хотя все равно можно уворачиваться. Ну ладно.
Hey, wanna hook up?
Ура, левел. Фак. Я застрял. Ничего себе. Ага, 15 кубиков ледяных внезапно закончились. Почему? Почему? Непонятно. Дверь взорвана, понятно. Совет
The observatory
помер.
was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared at the carnage. He didn't want me to hear the witness, did he? I guess not. What's your plan? She asked. So, Renato explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lapino to get the Iblis Stone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. Let me visit your council.
she said, shaken. I want to help.
Could he really trust her?
Не знаю. Тут везде подвох, в каждом выборе. Надо подумать. Хотя, что там думать? Давай.
He'd done it. He'd made Zenobia see how evil her father really was. He wished she didn't feel this urge to join in the rebellion. After all, he'd taken care of the Emperor, right? Yeah, but she'd always been conscientious like that. She told him she had to go somewhere first. So Renato gave her the location of the secret base, and they agreed to meet in the ruins. He had a very good feeling about this. What had Zenobia gone off to do? What was more important than meeting the rebel council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him. Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens.
Максимальное
More
количество
and more extraordinary.
силы меча. Отлично. Ух, щит, нафиг ты труп-то к себе приволок. Ух ты, неадекватный просто лис. Ну ты лис неадекватный.
Hypatia. Oh, she'd been an amazing rabbit. She could talk to him about comics, and talk to her son about history and battles, and talk to scholars about the ancient tomes hidden deep in the vaults of the library of Rubar. Oh, Renato really missed her.
Так, и... вот где походу, я уже думаю, куда бежать дальше. Максимальная энергия. Отлично. ППшек не дали. Плохо.
As he came around the bend, there was Lupino, unconscious on the side of the path, and Renato could smell a familiar, sweet, smoky scent. Who? Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis Stone. What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the Emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her. He had to get to whatever ledge she was on and talk her down from it.
Imagine if you built a house on one of these things. Oh, that would be amazing. It would be like having a boat.
Эх, шуточки. Ох, либо уточки. Мучай, унижай. Ясно. Зенобия помрет, к сожалению.
Kill her! Kill the rebel! Caught one, Raven. Eat the rebel! Caught another.
Вот так вот бегаешь, подготавливаешь поле битвы, а потом все умирают. Быстро, быстро, быстро. Блин, это не совсем та концовка, которую бы я хотел. Или да. Минус 50 хп все равно. Один гребаный удар.
Boy,
Один.
if looks could kill.
Ах ты, ёпарасота. И сюда я уже не могу, да? Понял. Прям.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. Get out!
Чё, живой? Ну давай, сейчас зайти. А, можно же еще сюда прийти. В легкую.
Ah, the road less traveled, thought Renato. How intriguing.
Повстанцы. Наверное, она всех перебила.
Everyone in the council chamber was dead. Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood. Why? He managed.
They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Well, not me. The stone did. Why did you take it from Lupino? I had a plan. You had a stupid plan, she said. I'm going to go kill my father now. No, you can't. You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too.
Нет, не убьешь.
You won't kill me, he said. And I won't let you kill the Emperor. Enraged, she raised the sword.
You hate him too?
He could sense the Iblis stone, yearning for his death. But she didn't strike. If you kill him, it'll destroy you. I know you.
Shut up!
She shouted, her sword trembling. I won't lose you again. Not for anything.
Get away from me!
He said, and he was very close. I can't lose you again. And he was in reach of her sword now.
I hate him! I hate you too!
I love you, he said for the very first time. And then she was weeping. He was holding her. The sword had dropped from her hand. He glanced at the Iblis stone. It was no longer the black of the void. It looked like coal. No. It glowed, like a cinder. It was crackling, burning, crumbling into ashes. You've always loved me, haven't you? She said. She was weak. The stone had taken so much from her. Always, he said. She staggered as he helped her up. Let me take you away. Where? The island of Avalon. The sisters will heal you. He'll follow us. Then we need the Farfarer, the fastest ship in the Empire.
Прикольно. Я уже думал, что накосячил, но вроде
The
нет.
Empire had seized his ship. They'd have to take it back.
Разговаривать нельзя, ну ладно. Так, там я уже не раз бывал. Да тут я тоже бывал. Ладно, пойдем сюда.
You never knew where the road would take you, thought Renato. And there it was, his beautiful skycraft, the Farfarer. They would fare very far indeed, beyond the Empire, beyond the reach of the Empire, to the mystical island of Avalon. He didn't know exactly where it was, but he knew he could find it. And they would find peace there. Second star on the right, and straight on till morning, laughed Zenobia. And they laughed together for the first time in a long time.
Ух ты, сколько энергии. Я уж думал, сегодня не будет бит.
No skateboarding, the sign said.
В смысле пробивать не могу? Ресурсы кончаются. Как далеко улетит? Далековато. Там королю это к этому Авалону, да? То есть кораблю. Там королю, к императору, а тут кораблю. А ты не обнаглел, нет? А теперь посражаемся. Что? Зараза. Да, блин. Все, блин, с броней гребаной. И подобраться к этому блин, зачарователю тоже нельзя никак. Ладно, тогда будем через хилку сражаться. Так. Да блин, выпрыгни, зараза! О, что-то это действительно битва какая-то сложная. Столько волн. Прям нормально. Что за фигня? Пора уже дамэдж качать, получается, да? Если у меня будет, конечно. Может, сдохнешь уже? Так, ладно. Тут ничего нету, понял. Так, двигаться не будем, да? Понял. Не блокируется. Не хочет прыгать, понятно.
Building these platforms was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails.
Хорошо. Что-то внезапно игра такая хардкорная стала, прям охренеть просто. Короче, захиливаюсь. Чармы-то, блин, не поменять никак, самое прикольное. Так, уходим и меняем на холодный клинок. Уходим. Так. Ну чё, ты, может, упрыгнешь, пожалуйста? Зараза. Меня это напрягать начинает уже. Внезапно последний бой. Это истинная концовка получается или чё вообще? Чё за хрень? Да блин, да хватит уже взрываться-то у меня на лице, ёпарасоте. Ну все, ждем. А ждать-то нельзя. Так, можно, пожалуйста, выйти? Нормально. Не успел. Пока замахивался мечом, меня убили. И это еще предпоследняя волна. Блин, у меня уже горит. Как так-то? Какого хрена игра, алло? Не было такого вызова и внезапно. Ладно, все, погнали. Значит, начинаем фармить. Режим фарма включен. Угу. Ага, нормально. Я помер. Зашибись. Ну чё ты в упор не можешь забрать у него щит в упор, когда ты стоишь? Тебе надо действительно за полкарты стоять, чтобы этот грёбаный щит забрать у него. Ладно. Другой вариант. Не выживаемость, а атака. По этим элементалям будет проводиться мощная замораживающая атака. Хорошо. Ой, блин, эти щитовики, я не знаю, вот этот гем, он может нормально помочь, да? Но... Зашибись. О, да ёпрасоте. Ну давай. Сейчас щиты пока будем валить. Чего, блин? О, ёпрасоте. Реально горит с этой фигней. 200 хп надо было набрать. Почему сборки нельзя менять? Что за фигня? Если это последний босс. Хороший геймдизайн. Вот что это такое. С кем ты там сражаешься, алло? Ой, завалите уже! Какого хрена? Ты с кем там? С пустотой сражаешься или чё? 1500 лет атакуют меня теперь. Зашибись просто. То так у него самонаведение, блин, на пол экрана. То так убить не может. Так. Кто взорвался? Куда? Ну, ну. Идти будешь куда-нибудь? Пожалуйста, куда-нибудь иди. Вот эта платформа тоже, она как бы существует, но это, извините, это не арена. Бляха-муха. О, как у меня горит с этой игры. Я удалю это видео. Нафиг. Нет, у меня горит именно из-за того, что ты всю игру спокойно играешь, а потом тебе на, попробуй пройди. Я понимаю, если бы это был какой-нибудь Dark Souls там. Ты ожидаешь от игры хотя бы что-нибудь. Но когда она внезапно тебе такую фигню делает, это уже как бы... Да... Пожалуйста, уйди. И прыгни, как будто... Ёпрасоте. Я нажимаю туда идти, он не идет. Столько щитовиков, и все они, бляха-муха, прокачанные теперь стали. Ладно, поехали. Поехали. Молча. Что свои нервы тратить на нее? Он просто не хочет. Чё вы стоите? Чё вы стоите? Он просто не хочет прыгать, когда надо. Ни за что не поверю, что у меня не было там ни хрена. Надо 6 прыжков качать. Первое, что надо вкачать, это прыжки. Потом ХП, потом дамейдж.
This would be the perfect place for a tic-tac-toe board.
Ну, теперь будем менять тактики. Угу. Да пожалуйста, почему ты не можешь быстро-то ничего сделать? О, это что такое было? Ну, просто возьми и выкини его за борт, пожалуйста. Просто нафиг его выкини. Новые трюки для старого лиса.
But they did not go unnoticed.
Настоящий герой. Ну, их
Scout
заметив,
ships
мне
lifted
поднялись
off,
корабли,
and
разведчики и
along
длинное
lines
копье
of the
имперского
Imperial
флагмана.
flagship, Renato turned downwind to gain
Чтобы
speed.
набрать скорость, корабли
The
воронов
Raven
не
ship could
смогут его
pursue, but they
догнать.
couldn't close. The far speaker croaked, "You return her and live." "Go sacrifice yourself," yelled Renato. "Then you won't have her either." On the flagship, the Emperor was readying some arcane weapon. It couldn't be. It was the core. A devastating beam lanced out of the flagship. Renato zigzagged wildly to keep the Farfair out of it. Now the Raven scout ships were closing the distance, and the beam was getting closer too. Then came a blinding flash, and the air was searingly hot all around him. There was a thunderous, deafening roar. He could smell burnt oak and burnt feathers and burnt flesh. But when he could hear and see again, they were alive and unhurt. And they were alone in the sky. Zenobia embraced him. They had done it. Through luck and through love, they had won the war. "Avalon, here we come," he said as he held her arms wide in the prow of the boat and let her feel its speed. "Maybe the real Avalon is wherever we're together," she said. And so, after a bit of an argument, Renato and Zenobia went to one of the two Avalons. The one shrouded in mists, or the one in their hearts. But which one they went to, I'll never tell.
Это истинная
He'd
концовка.
done it. He'd forged his own destiny. Well, he hadn't actually done it. But he knew what he would do. Renato smiled at the book. He practically wanted to kiss it. The kid's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He'd saved the book and saved the world. Renato owed him and his mother so much. Renato lowered the mainsail and let the Farfarer shoot forward in the breeze. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning. This time, he would win.
Это истинная ну, типа, лучшая концовка. Может быть, это не истинная, может, там надо все открыть концовки, но это лучшая концовка. Я рад, что мы это прошли, я прям ощутил на собственной шкуре, как говорится, что это истинная концовка, потому что ты просто сражаешься на пофиг всю игру, и внезапно такое испытание жесткое. Не то чтобы непроходимое, но это примерно на уровне 3 выше, чем обычные концовки. Это жесть какая-то. А у меня еще ничего не было раскачано на дамейдж. Я все мечи сковал, все нашел артефакты. И ладно бы, если бы там хотя бы как перед нормальными боссами был бы этот магазин с лавкой, что да, ты такой понял, ага, это последний босс, вроде как он сложный, ну давай я поменяю хотя бы состав гемов, там, я не знаю. Сделаю там 5% восстановления этого меча, чтобы можно было сражаться дольше, там, хил был, но нет. Нифига. Подгорело чуть-чуть, лол. Блин, мышка опять исчезла. Seriously? В чем проблема? Игра, что с тобой не так? Почему мышка исчезает? Камень Иблиса и Неборец всегда активны. Путь героя завершен. Так. Хорошо. Нифига себе, 35 из 37 достижений сделано. Так, вы обнаружили все сведения, которые книга может вам сообщить. 6% игроков все концовки увидели. Мастер меч Фу, все... Так, все знания постигнув, получишь награду. Окей. Все знания. А я могу просто проходить теперь или нет? Или нет? Или да? Или да?
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing.
Интересно, я на пятое прохождение типа быстрее всех открыл истинную концовку или нет?
And he had a gut feeling that he
Можно
needed
было,
to use that
наверное,
to his
на
advantage.
четвертый раз. Ну ладно. Так. История номер 1.
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause, and maybe Renato could use that somehow. Renato couldn't quite put his paw on when he'd realized Lapino was working for the Empire. He'd never exactly seen Lapino sending coded messages to the palace, but he was sure. The rabbit had been on too many disastrous missions where he was the only survivor, or
Как можно пропустить? Пожалуйста.
on the boat that
Игра.
went down to the abyss in flames. If
Speedrun,
Renato
все
could
дела.
prevent Lapino from getting back to the fleet with all the intelligence he'd probably gathered, it might be worth the trip.
Я, наверное, удалю это все-таки видео. Больно много рейджа.
How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times.
О,
Renato
здрасте,
had
5
rescued
хп.
Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
Одновременно и этот рассекатель и камень Иблиса одновременно работают. Что?
Renato rubbed the fruit into his wounds. He felt better already.
Так, смотрим. Защита это нужна, действительно. Так. Двойной урон мне не нужен. Он показал себя с не очень хорошей стороны. Фу-фу-фу-фу. Щитоносцы. Редкая добыча. Короче, надо щитоносцев бахнуть. Скорость атаки. Я бы не сказал, что это супер. Энергию за убийство возьмем. И защиту. Все нормально. По мечам. Ничего не добавилось. Понятно.
That was awesome!
Нифига, эта штука атакует.
But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Peppino was
Серьезно?
hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else.
Эта штука действительно
But
атакует?
behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice? Say, how are you guys fixed for life insurance?
Ну все, мне ничего не дается дополнительно теперь. Даже уровень, блин, не дается, к сожалению. Игра-то хорошая.
Lapino must be waiting at the end of the cemetery. Renato wanted badly to confront him for his treachery. But what good would that do him?
Ничего не даст, меня убьют. А, вот. Ха, 0. Надо еще парочку. Сюда, парочку сюда и дамage. Нет, вот эту еще штуку надо очень сильно. Ага, реген есть. Серьезно. Реген это так.
Lapino would betray him.
Когда очень
The call
легко.
was dangerous. Renato had a fleeting idea that the two ideas went together somehow. And then it was gone again. Ah, damn ideas. They never stuck around when you needed them. Maybe I should follow my nose, thought Renato.
Ничего себе. Как я стильно их завалил.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger. Oh, I am. The ravens are coming. Now,
I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky River was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it. Renato felt like a real hero, brave and smart. He told the rabbit all about...
С Пейсом, да? Ну давайте по-быстрому.
Right. Now, all Renato had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her.
Then he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up.
It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did.
Нет, там вообще ничего нового не будет. Просто нужно по-быстрому пробежать. Всю игру, лол. Пробежать всю игру.
This chest made music when you opened it. Too bad it was Muzak.
Красным мечом открыл. Что? Вообще ничего не дается теперь. Ну ладно.
Gogglers. Renato hated gogglers. It was almost impossible to sneak past them. If one didn't spot you, another one would.
Ой. Да, тут так он самонаводящийся и прыгает, а там так нифига. хп на дороге не валяются. Ну, двигаться будем.
Say goodnight, Gracie, said Renato, wondering who
Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core.
Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius.
Okay, so так.
And so, Renato set about getting himself captured by Zenobia to turn her against her father. Once she knew the truth about her father's plans for her, he sent her to fetch the Iblis Stone. Unfortunately, once she had it, the Iblis Stone took hold of her.
In a rage, she decided to assassinate her father and become empress. Renato pursued her to the final battle to stop her becoming evil. Zenobia slew the emperor. Lapino shot Zenobia. Renato killed Lapino. Bittersweet victory was at hand, but then the core exploded, destroying both the imperial and rebel fleets. Death, Dark Ages, the usual thing. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Lol, you died. Lol,
Now,
lol,
all
you
the man had
died.
to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her.
Then he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was. So she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up.
It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did.
Shall we dance? Or the lead raven?
Вообще пофиг, даже этим мечом открывают. Вот там вот стоит. Нет, дальше. А, теперь типа так же ты не пойдешь, понятно.
Renato hated gogglers, but it freaked him out to cut them.
Самонаведение. Наведение само. О, так тут намного
Renato
быстрее.
was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
Надо
They
было тут
jumped us. I barely got away.
бежать.
Oh, they got the core.
Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius. This is terrible, Renato told the rabbit. If only I had gone for the Iblis Stone. But now it's lost in enemy territory. He handed Lapino a map. It gives the bearer so much power. We can only hope the Emperor never finds it. What was that? Said Lapino. I think someone's following us. I didn't hear anything. Rabbit ears. You go on ahead. I'll check it out. And with that, Lapino hopped off with the map.
Почти левел, но еще не до конца.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. She was curled up on her bed. He'd forgotten how beautiful she was, how sleek, how soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She was made of smoke, and he noticed he had a very solid blade to his throat. Did you really think you could capture me?
heard a familiar voice. I just wanted to chat, said Renato. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He needs a sacrifice. Someone who truly loves him.
Ну, Space дальше можно было нажать.
That's a vicious lie.
О,
He wants to bring
спасибо,
them back.
разработчики, спасибо.
That's crazy. Why would anyone... They could make him immortal. An eater of souls. And with that, her eyes widened. She understood. Renato told her how he had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred. How he had slept in a burnt village. At midnight, the Emperor's victims had come to him in his dreams to tell him of the hideous eldritch rituals they'd been sacrificed in. He could still see those kittens and puppies. Their wide, sad eyes, their moist noses. You can't prove that. I've got a witness at the observatory. He couldn't tell her. Not yet. This is quite the view, he thought. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
Не знаю, куда этот лифт летит. Вообще нифига не понятно. Ну, хотя мне ящики уже бесполезны. Да мне все бесполезно, в принципе. Что быстрее позволит пройти, то и хорошо. Понятно. Ничего не понятно. Ну ладно. Ох, щит, и меня то повернуло сюда. Нифига себе, столько времени потерял. Серьезно, вообще любой меч теперь открываю. А, у меня же этот амулет, который восстанавливает 5% заряда меча с убийства.
Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic? Why? Would you...
Как-то плохо рычаг установлен. Что по мне все равно попадает.
Snack time, boys! Caught the lead, Raven.
Ну нормально, ибовый меч ледяной это оказался. Ну, может быть, огненный еще тоже хороший.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared at the carnage. He didn't want... So, Renato explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lapino to get the Iblistone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. Let me visit your council, she said, shaken. I want to help.
Could he really trust her?
She said she had an errand to run, so they met up sometime later in the mountains. She seemed different. It seems she'd gone and knocked Lapino out with drowsy gas and taken the Iblistone from him. Whoa, what? No, that wasn't a plan. I know. Your plan was terrible. Now where's the council?
Couldn't we just go somewhere? Quiet, Talk this over?
You lying son of a bitch. They're not here. Her sword was bloody. I told you the truth. Well, mostly. I'm going to kill my father now. But first, I'm going to kill you. And that is exactly what she did. He tried something bold and paid
Lol,
the price.
you died. Lol, you died. Так. Так тут вообще прямолинейный выбор. Либо ты подыхаешь, либо ты
He couldn't
выбираешь
tell her,
правильную
not
концовку.
yet, why he was really here. He didn't want her to be anywhere near the fleet when her father blew himself and Lapino up.
Тогда зачем мне дальше идти? Я просто в главное меню пойду. Опять не сражаться с этим последним. Даже не боссом.
Once upon a time, the infamous rover Renato plundered the floating isle. Then his mother called him to her deathbed. Swear to me
Так.
that you won't die on the gallows, she rasped, reluctantly.
Что-то я не врубился.
And he whiled away his days at home with music, cards, and wine.
Там
But
сохраняется
the Emperor had changed.
прохождение или нет?
He'd been good once, a shy, almost humble toad. He'd built universities. But then people started whispering about mass graves in the woods, midnight rituals, victims screaming. The Imperial Ravens would round up entire villages.
Ох, я, наверное, сейчас сам себе поднасрал. Классно.
The Ravens had come to Ubar scouting for ancient books said to be of great power. But the librarians had hidden the books, so they'd burnt the librarians. The citizens, outraged, had driven them off. The Ravens had come back with dropships. The kid had fled with one of those books. He was brave and...
Что там на паузу поставилось? Сейчас. Сейчас.
Look, if we give them the book,
they'll leave you alone.
My mother died for this book! I promised her I'd protect you. Oh, damn it. The kid had run off. With the book, of course. So Renato had to run after him.
Опа, прокачки нету.
Harbinger.
The kid was looking down, watching his city burn.
Короче,
Sorry,
я
kid. Renato told the kid.
потерял
Look,
все.
if we give them the book,
Все прохождение потерял. Минус
My
день.
mother
Лол.
died for this book! I promised her I'd protect you. Oh, damn it.
the
А,
kid
ладно,
had
сейчас
run
историю
off.
одну завершим и
With
все.
the book, of course. So
Но,
Renato had to run after him.
блин. Это полный отстой. Неужели нельзя как бы несколько историй? А если несколько игроков играют на одном компьютере?
The
Здравствуйте,
two
типа.
ravens were staring at the kid like he was their dinner, which probably was what was in their tiny brains. Hey, Renato said. They cocked their heads at him. Pick on someone as ugly as you. Wait, that didn't come out right.
For the Emperor!
The ravens cawed and rushed at him.
Теперь я не смогу все изучить. Ну, как бы... Ой, ладно.
A dropship flew overhead. He hoped they hadn't noticed him. The kid.
Вот этот прием только в самом конце понадобится, потому что быстро может завалить.
Oh, right. The Gate
Врага.
of Heroes. Someone's idea of a joke, making the skyship docks a gated community. You needed a hero's sword to open it. And the kid was on the other side of the gate.
Who let you through? Promise me you'll take the book to the rebels. Or I'm gonna steal your ship. I'm not taking the damn book anywhere. And neither are you. Try and stop me, laughed the kid. I bet you don't even have a hero sword.
And with that, the kid hopped away. Had to hand it to the kid. He was an idiot, but he had guts. Where was Renato going to get a hero sword?
Например, здесь.
Ore and wind essence? Perfect.
Да,
Hero
хорошо.
sword. QED.
Блин. Лол.
This is what he got for settling down and finding people to care about. The kid's mum had been a swell cook and she'd laughed at Renato's jokes, even when he didn't know he'd made one. And then the ravens had come to burn her. And she'd made him promise to protect the kid. But she never told him where the book was. Just the kid. He came up to a ledge. It was too far to jump. There'd been a bridge here before, hadn't there? And there was Peter, giggling at him. "How'd you get across?" he asked the kid. "Where'd you find a hook?" "I hopped," said the kid. Wise-ass kid. "Hey, look out behind you!" "Cute," said Renato. Oh, ravens.
Он же кролик, он просто перепрыгнул.
It was time to talk some sense into the kid. Just hook his way across the ledge and chase the kid down. Thing was, he hadn't used his hook since he'd retired. How had he done it? Maybe if he meditated at that altar there, he'd remember his old skills.
Дальше. Дальше. Закрыть. Спасибо.
Starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot. Like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought,
Прикол в том, что нельзя переназначить клавиши, и у меня уже руку сводит от этих шифтов, контролов и альтов.
And there was the Farfarer. She was the fastest ship he'd ever known. She could do the Kessel run in 12 furlongs. Oh, so the salesman had told him. And something told him the kid was about to walk into an ambush. "Stop!" he shouted. "I'm not giving you the book!" shouted the kid, and took off. "No! Peter!" But the kid ran for it, and a goggler nailed him with its ivy.
Что я могу сказать? Сам виноват. 50 хп это 50 хп.
The book was unburned. Next to it were the buckles from the kid's shoes, and a kid-sized pile of ashes. Damn it. Why hadn't he lied and told the kid he'd take the book to the rebels? The kid would be alive now. Really pissed off and betrayed, but alive. Oh, damn it. Renato picked up the book. He couldn't let the Empire have it now. He was going to have to get it out of there. He'd be a wanted man. Probably have to join the rebellion just to have a place to dock. Well, he'd hated home life anyway.
Хотя чё, я ведь знаю, что через 5 прохождений у меня все будет вкачано. Ну, если я, конечно, буду проходить эти 5 прохождений. Разница в пути вообще ничего не значит. Только выбор имеет значение, а карты не имеют значения.
All that had been years ago. How many? The war was a blur. And now 3 Raven scout ships were chasing it. The rebellion was out of time. Unless Renato could bring a game changer. Maybe he could. Renato had found out where he could find the pieces of the Sky Ripper. The legendary weapon that had exiled the lost gods. Surely a legendary weapon could win the final battle. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino had sent Renato a desperate message saying he had a brilliant scheme to save the rebellion. If Renato could only rescue him. Renato dived the Farfarer towards the abyss. As he felt the heat of the jet stream, the Raven ships peeled off, not stable enough to follow him down there. Now it was time to choose. Lapino or the Sky Ripper.
И вот этот первый выбор. 3 выбора не дается.
Ah, Lapino.
Ну, пойдем к Лапино.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But
Так.
Where was the
Отсюда
prison?
же вываливались эти
The village was empty. Had
специальные штуки там.
everybody fled
Руда
the
там.
ravens?
Да ладно. Не вываливается и ладно.
There were stickers all over the platform for really hot lady foxes, with pictures and addresses and everything.
Классная платформа. Я просто все облетел.
The
Лол.
ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals. Renato hoped the people were just hiding.
Огненного меча нет, ничего нет.
He wasn't that good. Yet. Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
Вот руда просто так вываливается, а потом она перестанет так вываливаться, к сожалению.
Renato's blood was up. He just needed to smash something. It was starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Let's do this again sometime.
Ну вот, не хватило чуть-чуть.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato
We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows. And that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, He could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power. To make the Sky Ripper, the Transcendent Emperor had wrapped an armature around the eye of a god. Bernardo had already let that armature slip away to save Lapino's life. But even its core, the eye torn from a god, surely they could fashion a great weapon from that.
The core of the Sky Ripper? Lapino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get.
You've been busy. He sure had. Bernardo told him all the things he'd been up to. Soon they got to talking about old times, about wages they'd won and lost, and scrapes they'd barely got out of. It was good to be back with his friend. Bernardo grinned. He had a very good feeling about this. It's beautiful here, thought Bernardo. He was thrilled to be back with his old war buddy. He'd missed the mad rabbit, but something was not quite right.
A present? For me?
That's my order, thought Bernardo. He was such a wit. I wonder what I could make with all these sword crafting materials, thought Bernardo. There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. And this is why heroes are called dashing, Bernardo thought. See? Dashing? Get it?
Я на него нажимал.
Already, Bernardo knew more than he ever had. Bernardo felt wrong all over. He could feel an almost palpable sickness in the air. And if the land could have tumors, they would look like these monstrous crystals. The forest was quieter than it had been. There were insects, but few birds, if you didn't count the ravens. Bernardo smelled sick animals and dying ones. No healthy ones. I'm getting a bad feeling about this, Bernardo thought. Maybe Lapino was right. Maybe they should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here.
Угу.
you always wanted to do that?
Почти левел. И все.
As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy, like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his insides. It wasn't healthy to be so close to the eye of a god. How could he use it? He could take it to the observatory. The scientists there could tell him how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it.
Tell you what, said Lupino. I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost.
The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps, and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if Lupino got the core and then broke it, or lost it, or worse? Was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself.
Атаковать аванпост.
Trust me, Renato, you won't regret this. I'll treat the core like it was my own baby daughter. As the Farfarer dived towards the Nexus, Lupino was jumping up and down with excitement. Stop rabbiting around, Renato said. Lupino just stared at him. The moment the ship landed, Lupino leapt off the ship. As Lupino vanished into the wilds of the Nexus, Renato vaguely remembered Lupino had a baby daughter, didn't he? And he told her mother he was going out to get some Easter eggs, and he'd never come back. But Renato was relieved not to carry the core anymore. He was already feeling better. And who knows, maybe this time Lupino would get it right. And if Renato could take the outpost, he'd have access to all the Empire's communications in this sector. Right? The platform used a hybrid propulsion system fueled by anti-gravity and wishful thinking.
Антигравитация и принятие желаемого за действительное.
Who needed bridges anyway?
Сейчас будет бой.
There were a lot of shiny, smooth, curved with leather, buckles, and kind of smelled, you know what? Never mind. Yes, there was also ore and other useful stuff. Let's focus on that, shall we? Renato caught his breath. His joints still hurt, but he couldn't feel the poison in his system anymore. He'd let the armature slip out of his hands to save his friend Lupino. Of course he had to let Lupino take the core. The rebellion needed every man doing his duty. And the rabbit would be no good taking on an Imperial outpost, right? A crafting bench. Renato wondered what he could make with it.
Сначала все остальные мечи, потом прокачка.
Renato took the outpost with a song in his heart. Soon, he was stuffing his sack with key messages from and to the fleet. One message caught his attention. A high priority order has been given by the Emperor himself to locate something called Iblis Stone. It was somewhere on a desert island. Renato had a bad feeling about this. Iblis was the name of one of the lost gods. If the Emperor was diverting ravens to search for it, maybe he should try to find it first. Then the Farspeaker Toad chortled a new message. The observatory had been sacked by ravens. Lupino and all the scientists had been taken to the mountains. Why? Why had he trusted Lupino again? And now the Empire had the core. Renato hailed the rebel base to warn them. But their Farspeaker didn't crouch back. Was the base under attack too? Who knew what was going on at the base? But he knew what the ravens would do to Lupino if Renato didn't rescue him fast. What are old friends for, if not to need rescuing every few days?
Спасем Лапина.
Renato felt a twinge of doubt. Should he have gone to the base? No. Logically, wherever they'd taken Lupino was probably where they took the core, right? Oh, why couldn't Lupino have just, for once, not got himself captured? Was that too much to ask? He shouldn't be too hard on the rabbit. No, he meant well, and he was insanely brave. You had to admire that.
Ну, мы типа не знаем, что он предатель пока что. Может, узнаем.
That was always a rush. Can't we just agree to disagree? Said Renato. No?
А, не убежал.
within your aerobics craze. Am I right?
Наверное, зря я туда пошел, ну ладно. Ну я нажимал прыжок грёбаный, алло. Вот порой бесит так просто жесть.
Where were they holding Lapino anyway? There was no sign of him or the ravens who'd captured him. Just rocks and snow and the usual scouts. No sign of the core either.
Ладно.
Was this a wild rabbit chase? Oh, trust Lapino to screw up even getting captured. But what was this rebellion for anyway? Oh, Lapino was a useless goof. But he was a friend. If friends didn't matter anymore, what was the point of winning this war?
Нифига себе меня подняло-то.
Renato's paws were getting numb. Calaveras really didn't want company, did he?
Я просто всю локацию пролетел.
There had to be something useful in these things, didn't there?
Так.
The rebellion would soon be engaging the Imperial fleet in a desperate battle. All Renato had done was save a friend. It didn't feel as good as he'd hoped.
Карты.
At the end of the mountain path, Renato came to a clearing. There was a campfire, raven feathers, and... oh, Lapino's lucky deck of cards. Well, that wasn't good. Renato hoped Lapino would not try to cheat his captors at cards. Ravens were much better than weasels at counting, and they had a very poor sense of humor. Then, he saw what he had hoped never to see. Fresh scraps of rabbit fur. Ragged and bloody, ravens would eat anything.
By Grabthar's hammer! Renato screamed at the sky. I will avenge you!
The rebels had assembled their fleet. Ahead, the clouds were dark with Imperial ships. If he could reach the Emperor before the rest of the rebels did, maybe he could settle this without too much bloodshed. He set sail, and the Farfarer shot forward. Poor Lapino had never been a great warrior. The mad rabbit was good for a lark and a laugh. And a pint. The thought of ravens eating him made Renato furious. The way they were eating up a land. The way the Emperor was eating up the people with his new, bloodthirsty ways. He would make them all pay. Renato felt like he was ready to learn new things. Thank goodness he didn't have to go to school for that.
Плюс 2 штуки. Скорость передвижения. Ладно, чё. Мгм. Ладно.
The portal was heavily guarded. Must go someplace they really didn't want him to go.
Ох ты.
It was a bit windy up here.
Я хотел Лапина спасти другана. Не вышло. Не получилось.
Where did that go to?
О, у меня же эта штука есть, точно. Блин, не хватило. И Хелси не дали.
We're not about ready to take on new powers.
Да, так у меня хп нету.
He'd given up every objective to save his friend. He'd given up the armature, the core, the gem, and even Zenobia. He loved Lapina, he realized. And now the rabbit was gone. A hero looks out for his friends, even when they're gone. He would send Lapino an honor guard of ravens to serve him in the halls of the valiant. He would avenge him.
Ясно, почему их шипели.
What were these poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods?
Блин, надо больше хп. Тут опять битва будет, зараза. Ой-ой. Честно говоря, не знаю, как я тут пройду дальше. Одна ошибка и все, и хана. Ну, двигайся. Уже давай. Предпоследний корабль вроде как. Последняя бойня. И впервые тут появляется щитовик. Ага, выжил, ничего себе. Даже удивлен.
Finally, he reached the Emperor's ship. And there was Lapino, surrounded by ravens. He was alive. They'd eaten some other rabbit. I'll save you! He shouted with joy and flung himself at the ravens. "Oh, you shouldn't have," said Lapino when the last raven was down. Renato threw his arms around his best friend. "I had to come. I love you, man. You really, really shouldn't have," said Lapino. And Renato felt a rather sharp pain in his back. As he collapsed, Lapino took the dagger out of Renato's back and wiped it off on Renato's sleeve. "Why? You always have to be the hero. Brave Renato, epic Renato, super sexy Renato, and I'm sick of it. But I loved you." "And you thought I was the idiot," said Lapino as Renato died.
Lol.
Okay, that was weird.
Это странно,
I
да.
sworn he just died. Instead, he was on the Farfarer, sailing away from Ubar. And it was still burning. He'd fled burning Ubar years ago, hadn't he? And now he was back there. Had all those years fighting the Empire been nothing but a vision into the future? A useful vision if it was true. He'd learned something. Lapino was a traitor. Renato had suspected there was something wrong with the mad rabbit. But now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness.
Блин, я думал, есть какая-то концовка, которая, типа, он не предает. Нет, нету, походу. Ну, 24 концовки сейчас открывать, причем заново еще. Совсем нет желания.
He'd made bad choices. But now, when the real battle came, he wouldn't make those choices. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The book's pages began to flip backwards, towards the beginning. And he realized that his adventure was just beginning. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Or so a scholar in the mountains had told him. Surely the weapon that banished the lost gods could defeat the Emperor. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion.
But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens? The island was windswept desert. No one... Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away, were all...
Вот такая вот сторис. В принципе, 24 концовки. Ладно, там управление, можно к управлению привыкнуть, но почему нету разных сейф-лот файлов? Вот это вот, конечно, да. Странно. Ох, елки-голки. Еще управление нельзя переназначить. Плохо. Ну так, поиграть на денек норм. Так что берите, в принципе, игра веселая. И реиграбельная, это главное. Но правда, когда пройдете 4-5 раз, там уже все прокачается. Но и станет намного сложнее. Конечно, последняя правильная концовка, последние волны, это вот отдельная просто история. Но, в принципе, норм. Ладно. Здоровья вам, благополучия и не болейте. До новых встреч.